Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, July 7th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair, and in the room with me is also Commissioner Patty Clapper and Jordan Bachelor, who is our IT staff helping us with this meeting. Our commissioners joining from home are Chair Steve Child, George Newman, and Greg Poshman. And I will go ahead and turn the meeting over to our Chair, Steve Child, at this point.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. So first on our agenda, we have an update on COVID-19 by Phyllis Matai. And Phyllis, was there going to be a short video we were going to look at here?
No, I think that was leading in. And Steve, I see Brad Holmes is signed in. So if you want to do his interview first, since he's on screen, we can do that, and then I can do my update after that. And that way he can be done.
Okay, we could do that, and then I thought, well, maybe Dr. Holmes wanted to listen to our update on the COVID-19, and maybe that's why he joined us early. So okay. I guess we could leave it up to you, Dr. Holmes.
Good morning, everyone. Sure. No, I'm happy to listen to the COVID update. I was pretty sure I was invited for 11:15, but I couldn't find that email, and the invitations through my email through the calendar came as at 11 a.m. So I just wanted to make sure I wasn't showing up late. But yes, so I'm happy to listen.
You are 15 minutes early. We could do your interview right now. If you have pressing matters you need to get to, that we could do that. Leave it up to you.
If it's okay, I would be happy to hear the COVID update.
Okay.
Okay, sure. So let's go ahead, Phyllis.
Then I'll move on. So I'm standing in for John Peacock today, who's trying to take a little vacation. And I'm deputy manager and working on the COVID update today. Some of the information you might have already had in the email that John gave you, but for the public's sake, I thought I would go over some of them. As of this morning, Pickens County's cases are at 105, and our 7-day average is 2 new cases a day. Eagle County is at 709, with also 2 new cases a day average, and Garfield is at 317 cases. 7-day average is 3 per day, which is trending a little better than they were at the beginning of the 4th of July weekend. I believe they were at 6 new cases a day at that point. So that metric is looking a little better. Our case investigation team is still reporting that there's mostly informal social gatherings are the link with our uptick of local folks having positive tests. Since June 20th, our travel-related cases are almost 30 to 50% of our cases. That's not just people traveling here, but it's Pickens County people traveling somewhere else and returning home. So they said 30 to 50% given any given day. We're also experiencing from our contact tracing team reluctance in people participating in the contact tracing, which is really important for BOCC. So that team is looking at ways to create a strategy that encourages participation. They've actually had people hang up the phone when they're calling and trying to contact trace, which is not helpful at all. So we're trying to address that. 4th of July update. The weekend went better than expected, at least as far as our cases. They were lower than anticipated, but we'll see where we are after the incubation period after this weekend, 5 to 14 days. The county handed out 2,000 masks. 1,100 went to the city of Aspen, 500 went to Snowmass, 300 went to Basalt, and 150 in unincorporated Pickens County. ACRA was also handing out kits this weekend that included bandanas, hand sanitizer, and the 5 commitments printed out for them. We had good coverage across the county with staff. City of Aspen had their consumer protection people out, and there was really good cooperation as far as wearing masks with probably 90 to 95% of the population. Visitors still are not aware very well of our mask requirements. We have requirements in Pickens County, Aspen, and then Down Valley and Carbondale and Glenwood also has mask requirements. And Eagle County added in last week with a mask requirement. Garfield County does not have one yet. CDPHE had inspectors over the weekend, and they reported good coverage from our businesses and what they were doing as far as adhering to requirements. Our complaint line went live last week. We had 21 complaints in the city of Aspen, 2 complaints in unincorporated Pickens County, and no complaints in Basalt or Snowmass Village. And none of those complaints required law enforcement intervention. So they were all addressed by consumer protection and county staff and were addressed. We do have one Pickens County business that needs some follow-up and education on what they really need to do, and that's the approach that we're taking for everyone. Our public health order expires on this Friday. So we have a new one in the works. Jordana Sabella is taking the lead on that and working with John Ely. We don't expect any major changes in it. It will be have a 30-day life again, as we've had. We're looking at strengthening language, including everyone traveling here, that they need to be symptom-free for 10 days before arrival. Stronger language about participating in investigations. So people that are hanging up, we have something that has a little more teeth in it for them. Our protect our neighbor metrics, we're working on those since the state instituted that. I believe there's 8 different metrics that we have to meet in order to move into the protect our neighbor order. We're meeting them all except for one, which is the, I have to look it up, that our increase in cases and our positivity rate. And so we're not meeting that. That needs to be less than 10% and no more than a trend of 14. So we're close, but that needs to be for 14 days. So we'll see how our metrics work there. We're working on new graphics so that our community can understand what those 8 different metrics are and what we can do to help people understand how they can help us, help our community stay vital and open, and people staying as healthy as they can. So what it does show on those metrics is that our box it in strategy and the staff that are staffing that we're doing a good job, because that is one of the metrics that we have the capacity to be able to contact trace the people that are positive. So that's good. We're also looking to hold the line with for the new public health order with the gathering sizes. We're currently at 50 people. That is not expected to change. Although the social gatherings that we're seeing that when our contact tracers do their investigation, the social gathering sizes are really between 5 and 15. It's informal gatherings, so we don't think that needs to be changed to be smaller, but we also don't think we're at a point to go larger. Also looking at public meetings, so that affects you all and how many people can come to a Board of County Commissioner meeting, and looking at that, that we're not quite ready to have a room full of people or even a room full at social distancing. So we're going to work on that and just examine that. And then also looking if we have any other meetings, like special meetings regarding the airport project, you know, what can we do there and how do we make that be more, be able to move forward with that meeting and still meet the requirements in the public health order. I'll take a breather there. Does anybody have any questions at this point? Patty.
Yeah, it's my understanding that the Protect Your Neighbor order doesn't take effect until the end of July, right?
That's my understanding. They extended the safer at home? Is that how it went? No.
Yeah.
Whichever we're in. Yes, but we need to follow the metrics and see when we can go into it.
So that
And
gives
there's
us
a whole application procedure now. The state just issued this week a form to be filled out and how you want to be able to move into that one and to be able to move into protect our neighbors.
So, and it's my understanding that it's amazing they gave us that much time. It usually would come today and we would be effective tomorrow. So I appreciate that. So it gives us some time to meet those objectives. But also, we have to apply to come in under the Protect Your Neighbors. So, and they're just coming out with the application process. So hopefully, which I'm glad they're not doing that on the 30th of July. So hopefully we'll have time then to start getting that vetted so we can jump on that. Because I think the Protect Your Neighbor has some really good points in it. The other question I have is regarding Garfield County, and you may or may not know the answer. Do they have any basis on where their cases are coming from? Is it social gatherings? Is it in-home clusters? Is it work-related with specific businesses?
You know, I don't know that yet. When did they start? Last week? This week? No, last week. They just started a regional weekly phone conference, which has an awful lot of people on the phone in the communities of Garfield County, Eagle County, and Pickens County. So we're trying to figure out how can we best coordinate our messaging, which goes to what those trends might be, Patty. If we see like trends, how do we message appropriately to target those trends, and then where there's any gaps. So that's been really helpful. Our contact investigation teams are in communication with both Eagle and Garfield, and so they're working together to try and see where they can see.
Well, I'll check back with you on that information. I'm going to be going to see my mom, so when I get back, I'll check back with you to see if any of those facts have come up. So, because I'd really be interested to know with their increases in cases, it'd be interesting to know what they're seeing. So I'll follow up with that with you later. Thank you.
Well, and it's interesting. I'm now on Garfield County's listserv to find out where their cases are being tested. So they publish where tests are done in Grand River or at Valley View, which is a different population. For us, we're still experiencing people living in Eagle County, working in Pitkin, or working in Garfield, living in Garfield, working in Pitkin, all the varieties. And then the positive cases are only Pitkin County residents. So it may be somebody who tests positive at Aspen Valley Hospital actually lives in Eagle County or Garfield County, but works in Pitkin, or maybe not even. Maybe they're just closer to Aspen Valley Hospital, they test there. They live in Eagle, work in Garfield. So our valley is really unique. One of the things in the Protect Our Neighbors in their form, they have you can apply as a group. So if counties want to form an application group, they can do that, and I think that may be appropriate. I think they initiated that because there are some tri-county health departments that work for 3 counties, and that may be an appropriate place, or not. A county still could apply separately. So we're working through that and following what they're doing.
Great, thank you.
Okay, George?
Well, thanks, Steve. This may actually be information or question for Greg as well as he goes into the next health meeting, public health meeting. But it's a little distressing to hear, Phyllis, that there are people actually hanging up for our contact tracers. So I'm hoping that we'll have some legal action, law enforcement action, for people who are not obeying a public health order. Would that be the case?
That's why they want to include some language in the public health order. It's currently not in there, so there's some cleanup and some strengthening of language we want to add. So that'll come about on Friday.
And then we'll have the support of our law enforcement agencies to be able to resource and follow up.
You know, we had input over the weekend. If there were businesses or people that found to be in violation of the public health order, that were not responding to an educational approach, that law enforcement was ready to be involved. We had their support. So.
That's great. And then I passed on this note to Greg and to John. It was just interesting on the Aspen Daily News the other day, showed a picture, maybe it was on the 4th of July or the day after, on a restaurant on the mall. And it looked like it was a Ford top, and 4 young ladies were sitting around it. And it was hard pressed for me to think that they were social distancing 6 feet apart at this Ford top. And it goes to our concern in terms of our visitors coming in here. And there was a news report this morning in terms of the surge in Arizona, and half of those new cases in Arizona, 50% of those new cases are for people who are under the age of 44. So it's this younger group who are becoming not only more susceptible, but really sort of ignoring the key public health orders to keep everybody safe. So I don't know about this restaurant on the mall, if they've been contacted or if it's just the way the picture was, but it just seemed like that Ford top table with 4 people around it was not following public health orders.
Well, the city of Aspen now has their team, and they're addressing pretty much the city of Aspen. We're finding the city of Aspen's just busy.
Well, can we have a point of clarification there? It's not 6 feet at the table. The tables are 6 feet apart. No, and there's 6 to 8 people at a table. So you don't, when you're sitting at the table, you don't have to be 6 feet apart.
Oh, well, I wonder if that's really going to address social distancing any more than 6 people hiking together on a trail who are not 6 feet apart. We're also finding out that the virus lasts longer in the air. So we're learning new things every day. So if you could have 4 people sitting next to each other at a table, I'm not sure how we're addressing trying to keep this under control.
Okay, Greg and then Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. I appreciate George's points. I'm getting a lot of comments from people who we see people who aren't social distancing the way they perceive they should be. I'm hearing a lot about that. There's a lot of dialogue on social media about who's behaving and who isn't, and who's doing things safely and who isn't. I've got an article here from it's on Route 50, and it's about some places enforcing and what it means and what it's actually doing if we really enforce a mask rule, and whether people should get fines or not. It's an interesting article. I'll share it with everyone. But I think we have people in the community who are insisting that we crack down, that we really get heavy with people who seem to be violating the rules. We don't always know if those people are related to each other, if they're a family unit, if they've been cohabiting or whatever. It gets pretty murky. And the group that I honestly haven't heard a lot from lately have been law enforcement. So I was going to ask Phyllis, and I'm going to ask at the Board of Health that if we could get a report from our local law enforcement on just how they're responding, what sort of enforcement is being done, and can they give us an update? Because we have both calls from the community for stronger enforcement, while at the same time we have calls in the community saying we don't want to become a police state. We don't want to be asking people for their papers and demanding, getting too heavy. So I think it's time to hear from the sheriff and the police on this topic, so that we can chart the way forward. And we also have to know this is happening across the country, if not around the world, that communities are grappling with just how to deal with this. And it turns out finding people might not be productive. In fact, it might be counterproductive. So once again, we're walking the fine line here. But I really think it's time to hear from our sheriff and our police department on the topic. Thanks.
Okay, Kelly?
Thanks, Steve. Yeah, thank you, Greg. I agree. I've been having the same question, that just given the clearing of our summer schedule and all of the security obligations that the sheriff's office normally would have? Do they have some freed up capacity to help with this? You know, I really, I think handing someone a mask and handing someone a flyer about what their obligations are and telling them that they can and will be subject to a ticket for future violations is helpful. I have some questions, Phyllis, for you, I guess on a related matter to try and get our hands around this. I understand that over the weekend there was a ping set out to all cell phones within a certain geographic area with information about our requirements, you know, regardless of where your cell phone number generates or originates from, or whether you were signed up for Pick and Alert. Let me know if I understand that correctly, and do you have any sense of how successful that was? Is that expensive to do? You know, our visitors are coming through multiple channels of entry, so pinging people's cell phones, I think, is a really straightforward and direct way to alert people to what their requirements are that maybe missed the sign on the highway or saw the airport tables once. So if you could report out on that, I would appreciate that. And then I have some other questions too.
Sure, that's called an iPause alert. That alert has to be approved by the FCC, so we put in the request for it. Because it goes to a certain geographic location of cell towers, so it comes off the cell tower, so any cell phone that is within the distance to receive a message from that cell tower gets the message. Our message was what we currently have in a red banner on the top of our website, which was COVID illness is on the rise in Pitkin County. Wear a mask, maintain 6 feet social distance. Gatherings should be limited to families. Wash your hands, stay home if sick. And then visitors can also text to 888-777 for the Pick and Alerts. So that was received. I don't have a number. I think that Brett at the dispatch director can probably give us an idea. I think he did. How many cell phones that would actually have been pinged to, at least after the FCC, I think it goes through them. When we applied for iPause, which was quite a while ago, we also included cell towers that are located in Eagle and Garfield County. So I'm in Eagle County and I received that iPause because of how Pitkin County's geography lays out, that we needed to be able to reach towers in those counties to be able to reach Pitkin County. So that worked really well. We don't like using it a lot, but we thought for the 4th of July weekend, it was about 11 a.m. on the 4th of July. It was a really good way to get visitors to understand what our regulations are here in Pitkin County. A lot of people come here and don't know what they are. There's some lodging establishments, they're doing a really good job when people make a reservation that put out information about what they need to know to come to Pitkin County. We're finding some email blasts do not have even any mention of COVID. So we're trying to work with those businesses to expand. How do we get our message there? How do we make sure that people know you have to wear a mask? So bring your mask with you. So.
Okay, thank you.
I'll see if I can get numbers on iPod.
Yeah, I would encourage a more liberal use of that, again, because it is a universal way to reach people, which other methods don't achieve. And then I have a question with regards to our quarantine and isolation efforts. Are these formal public health orders that people are receiving to isolate and quarantine? And I wonder if they're not, if that would help emphasize their requirements to participate in contact tracing.
I think that's part of the cleanup in the new public health order. Okay. We are having some issues with some people. We also have people coming in on their private planes and then flying out on their private planes.
Mm-hmm. But they have cell phones.
Yes, they do.
Okay.
And then finally, sorry, Steve, one last
Thank you.
question. I just have one more question. I understand, can you report out on our hiring process? Who have we hired? When do they start?
I can. That was the next item on my list.
Okay.
So our first consumer and employee health protection staff person started yesterday. The next person's second hire is starting, I believe, on Monday of next week. So that'll be that group. All 6 contact tracers have been hired and starting in the next couple of weeks. We have 1 subject matter expert who's been hired, but we're looking for, actively searching for 1 more qualified candidate for that position, and administrative assistant interviews are happening this week to that team. So that takes care of that group, but the contact tracers have all been hired and that's closed out, and start dates are within the next couple of weeks. And they're staggered. One of the individuals hired was also working for as a temp in human services, so we're working on a transition period to make sure that she can fulfill transition well out of human services into public health. We do have bilingual people hired in those positions too.
Thank you.
Bilingual and bicultural.
Thank you.
Okay, good. That's a very thorough report today, Phyllis. Thank you.
Just one.
Lots happening at the changing landscape all the time.
Just a couple of quick other items. So just communications, I thought I'd identify it for you. We're trying to link up with the EPI team, kind of to Patty's point, what trends are happening and where do we need to beef up communications regionally as well as Picken County. Our mask campaign is out. We have 4 images that were pushed out with what's your why? Why do you wear a mask? Why do you social distance? So we're leading with that. Greg, thanks for the selfie idea. We're throwing that one out there. The website has some changes on it. There's a new economic assistance statistics page that you'll find right under the news and updates under the COVID. Our Spanish site is being launched hopefully today. They're doing some last minute edits and checking for the language translation if it's appropriate. And then we've added demographic data to our positive cases, which includes both race and ethnicity. Future planning that we're working on now. Kelly, you had asked about schools, so I understand Public Health is working on a meeting with schools for July 15th, I wrote June, both public and private, to understand what their plans are. Currently, they have some high-level plans. The guidance and leadership is really coming from the state to the public schools. So Public Health is trying to understand where they're at, what kind of assistance they might need from Public Health, and then what they're hearing from parents, so they can help the schools. So that's being worked on. There was a daycare conversation that's going on. It hasn't hit Public Health yet, but what about kids or families using multiple daycare centers, because that's where they have their enrollment, and that's what people have to do to be able to find childcare in this community. And that's been a communication that's happening at the sector level at the daycare center. So I believe they're working on that. We're working on a community strategy group to move forward with what happens when school starts, to talk about ski season. So that includes community representatives, schools, the ski co, municipalities, the hospital, law enforcement, to make sure they're in there, and then other private groups as needed, and for it to be a working group. Schools are going to be planned to be open pretty soon, so we are trying to get ahead of that. And then the last one is grants. Anne did apply for the DOLA funds. That is the deadline today, so we're taking care of there, and we're also looking at other funding that may come down and how do we apply. And then our latest is we're looking at where we were on March 8th and where we are July 8th, tomorrow, 4 months. March 8th was kind of the ground zero when we were introduced to COVID in this community. So kind of looking at the 4 months of where we were and where are we now. It's a little different. The hospital, we're asking them things like PPE, testing, where we were and where we are, which then goes to some of those protect our neighbor metrics. So that was kind of an interesting thing to think about, that tomorrow is 4 months.
Okay, one last
4 years and
question,
4
Greg,
months.
and then we'll move on.
Phyllis,
our interview.
yeah, thank you. Phyllis, thanks for that. You've got a large plate, a full plate, and I really appreciate your updates and what you're doing with it. I sent out another email to blast to the board and also the Board of Health a while back, and I sent it again today on the yellow card system. This is a suggestion of what Alaska Airlines is doing. I'm going to hold it up here. This is the yellow card, and they'll hand this out to people who might be violating a mask rule or making other people uncomfortable in some way. And they hand these cards out. And I'm not sure if we're doing that, if we have plans to, but Karen Kinnaman, our public health director, asked me to bring it up and discuss it with our board and with the Board of Health, because it might just be a way, you get the yellow card, it's not a badge of honor, it's something that lets you know that we really are paying attention, we're bearing witness, and that we will be contacting you again if you are not going to cooperate. In the case of Alaska Airlines, you'll be banned from their flights. So it's one way of formalizing a way of being very serious about it. And I don't know if we've got that. If we do and law enforcement is handing things like this out, I'd love to see them. I haven't been handed one yet, so if they are, I dare not go downtown without my mask, but I just wanted to bring it up and would love you all to see it.
Greg, if you could send me, or if I go to Alaska Airlines, can I find it?
It's called the Yellow Card, Alaska Airlines Yellow Card. And it just as, for example, I'm sure other entities, municipalities are doing the same. I'll make sure you're copied in all my emails on this stuff. Thank you.
Okay. Good for our communication team. It may be, education is our first line of defense is what we're working on. And it sounds like the yellow card, if someone's not applying, that boosters that educational direction.
Yeah. And it seems to be accepted already. People are already hearing about it, so it won't be such a shock. It's not like we're really walking out on a limb here. This is an accepted way already of communicating with the public about, towing the line regarding public health. I think that might be, it's open for discussion, certainly, but I'd love to put it forward. And thank you. And I want to welcome our, if I could say something to Dr. Holmes, I just wanted to say, Takulandirani and Mulibwanji. Having been to Malawi and worked there and seeing that you have, I'm very excited to meet you.
Well, thank you very much. Liko Mokwambiri.
So that's a good segue into our interview with Dr. Brad Holmes, who is applying for the open position on the Board of Health. Now, the position we have, because we moved Linda Vieira from the alternate position to a regular position, so the opening we have is for the alternate position, which I guess all that means is you can fully participate. If you're the one picked, you can fully participate in the Board of Health discussions, but if it comes down to a vote, if everybody else is there, you wouldn't get to vote on something, but other than that, you could fully participate. So I know in your application, you laid out why you wanted to be on the Board of Health, but maybe you could reiterate that to us in person now.
Sure. So, well, first off, thank you very much for the opportunity to come speak with everyone. Obviously, you all must have gotten my CV or at least sent out. So, but for those that didn't have a chance to look at it or and know me very well, I know I've met several of you, and I've been to a couple of the. I've been invited a couple times to the Board of Health and spoken there, and I've been on some of the community meetings as well. So. But my name is Brad Holmes. I'm a physician at Aspen Valley Hospital, and I do also work a little bit down at Valley View Hospital. I'm board certified in internal medicine and pediatrics, so I did a combined training program, residency. And I've been fortunate enough to have a fair bit of experience in various settings. I say that in medical training, and even most medical practices here in the U.S., the focus tends to be on our patients, and rightfully so. But we have a lot of times it seems like we have unlimited resources. We're able to get all sorts of tests and imaging and anything that we need to be done usually can be done for a lot of our patients, at least if they have insurance. And we don't think too much about how our decisions and what we can do to affect our community and the larger population. And I will say that after finishing my training, I went and worked with Doctors Without Borders for about a couple different times over the course of 2 years. And then I worked for Baylor College of Medicine in Malawi, and spent some time in Papua New Guinea as well, working in various settings, all of them very resource limited. And I can tell you, when you're over there and you're working as a physician and you're working in these resource limited settings, yes, your immediate focus is always on patient in front of you, but at the same time, there's no way around not thinking from a public health perspective. There's just limited resources. There's things you can't do. And although you always want to help that person in front of you, you want to always, it changes your way of thinking in terms of how can I, what other things can we implement? What things can we do to just help the population so that this person in front of me is not going to, and next time won't be in front. And it's just so much more pronounced in those kind of settings. And it was something I really enjoyed. I'll admit, working for USAID and working for other non-governmental organizations, after a while it can be draining, and there was a bit of a burnout, and my wife and I decided we wanted to come back to the U.S. and be closer to family and kind of pursue other interests. But I've missed that perspective of working on public projects, and then with the COVID pandemic, that just kind of reignited it for me. I've kind of quickly jumped on with our hospital to on various different projects, and I'm currently serving on the medical advisory team for the public health team, and I've been working with Karen Kenneman and some of the other public health team on various things, and I've been very involved in testing strategy for the county, and actually been helping somewhat with Grand River as well, speaking with their physicians on a regular basis and at Valley View Hospital. So I enjoy it. I would like to get back to it, and I think that the Board of Health has a great purpose, is very important, and I think given my background as a physician, with it, as well as my background in the resource limited setting, I will have some a different perspective to bring to the board that could be very useful. And additionally, for selfless reasons, I also think there's a lot that I can learn, because there's so many other public things that I don't have experience with that I think I can learn from, and then down the road also make useful in other locations. And I think just the last thing I'll say, in commitment to this desire to want to be more public health oriented, I have applied and I've been accepted into at least one, maybe two, wasn't clear to me from their email, but public health, Masters of Public Health programs. So I'm planning to pursue an MPH as well, and just was accepted into my first program, and hopefully we'll start this fall. So hopefully that explains a little bit, but please, if there's any particular questions, I'm happy to answer.
Hey, other board members, George, and then Patty.
Thanks, Steve.
Oh.
You're muted, George.
Okay, how's that? Thank you for applying. Having just listened to Phyllis's COVID update, understanding some of the challenges that we continue to face, what are some of your ideas in terms of trying to address that? And again, back to one of your earlier statements, as you worked abroad, knowing that even we have limited resources as well.
So that's a great question. It's kind of a $1 million question right now. I think that we're all struggling with on the medical advisory team and working with the public health team. What is the best strategy to help combat this? And I think very important is a good testing strategy, but also even more important is just education. And this is an interesting time. There's never been a pandemic like this in our, in times where we've had the internet and where we've had access to instant information, and the amount of information that is coming out almost instantaneously from research and studies is it's actually overwhelming. There's thousands and thousands of research studies out there, and it's hard to interpret all of it. So even for highly educated medical professionals, the information can be challenging to understand, and there's a lot of misinformation. So I personally think that having accurate information or having good information and getting it to the public, in support of using masks and the social distancing and our 5 commitments, is going to be the most effective thing that we can do. And then, of course, there's just all the debate, as I've heard, regarding, does it need to be, or how much does it need to be enforced, and all these various things, and is it just a public education? And Greg, I hadn't seen that yellow card, but that seems like a great idea, or something. Just in my brief, seeing that. But so I think those kinds of things are very important, and going to be the way to kind of keep this, mitigated as best we can, contained, because it's not going to go away anytime soon. I think it's going to be our best strategy for now. So I think education is probably the most important thing.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, Patty?
Yeah, Dr. Holmes, I think I've had the opportunity to meet you actually at Valley View Hospital when you, in your role as a hospitalist down there. So it's nice to see you, and it's on a different level, and it's nice to have you offering your services. You have an amazing resume. I do have just a logistics to take care of. I think I'm looking at the attachments. I think Greg is vice chair, not Tom Kurt, so we need to correct that. And the other thing is, I have a question. We have 1 vacant alternate position. Can we add another position to this board? Or are we limited in numbers? Greg, do you know?
That's a John Ely question, I think, Patty.
Okay, well, we need to find out, because I would love to put Brad on this board, but I also think we need to be looking for a mental health spot, because we lost Christina King. So, but Brad, my question directly to you is, after listening to everything you've done and all the places you've been and the great work that you continue to do, what do you do in your free time?
One of the reasons we moved out here was to enjoy all the things that this area has to offer. So I never skied until I moved here, but now I get out in the winter. Was getting out 2-3 times a week for a couple hours. Enjoy hiking and biking, and enjoy being out on the water. I don't have one particular passion. I enjoy all those things, and I find it hard to get. I'll get into the habit of doing 1 or 2 of them and then forget about something else, and I'll circle back and find it. But just being outdoors, I think, is
good for you.
I really enjoy.
That's what it takes to continue to do the hard work that you do. So thank you.
I didn't realize that Christina King was leaving or had left, and so yes, mental health, I think, is a very important, especially for where we live, because it's something I see in the hospital quite regularly. Is a big problem, and I think even relating that to COVID, I think there's going to be long-lasting mental health effects related to COVID. Right. So if not me, and I would definitely support finding someone with a mental health background that could be would be a good service for the board.
Right. Well, Christina moved out of the county, and you have to live within Pickens County. So thank you again.
Oh, Greg had his hand up first, and then Kelly.
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for applying. Do appreciate it. Also appreciate your work on the advisory team from the hospital as well. It's great to have you on there contributing to it. I noticed, I just got some information that Pickens County has been selected as one of 2 rural counties to be using contact tracing software. I think maybe predictive analytics software. Do you have any experience with that sort of thing? There's been a lot about it in the press. I'm very enthusiastic about learning more about it, and just thinking that could be something on the horizon. And I also want to say, yes, as Patty mentioned, Christina moved just across the line into Eagle County, and it's a state mandated rule that the boards of health have to be made up from people within the county. I would love to change that, because we're also trying to reach out to more of our Latino population And if we do serve the entire valley, but if the members can only be Pitkin County, that just limits our choices. So that's another consideration there, making sure you do live in Pitkin County. Okay. But regarding the predictive analytics or contact tracing, what do you think about that?
I do not have. I don't think I have any experience using software for contact tracing. I was involved in some contact tracing projects in Malawi and in South Sudan, but we did not have that technology, nor did many of our patients or people who were following have the technology to use it. So I definitely would support it. I hear a lot of. I grew up in Texas, so I do have a lot of more conservative friends and back there, and at least who I maintain on Facebook and other social media, where I can see. It's an interesting time being on social media where you can see people's thoughts and on various different topics without even speaking to them. And I have seen a fair number of people locally in BOCC and in Pitkin County, as well as some of my friends from Texas, who express concerns about using software and being tracked and these kinds of things. So although I'm for it, I know there's hesitation for some people to use it. So I think that would just need to be explored a bit more in terms of before rolling something like that out. I think the county's done the public health team at the county's doing a very good job right now. I think they've really stepped up their game in terms of what they're doing. But anything else we could do to help support them would be great.
No. Thank you. Zicomo.
Kelly.
Thanks. Yeah, hi, Dr. Holmes. Thank you again for applying, and really thank you for all of your work over the last couple months. I've appreciated all your offerings during the public health meetings and, just sense of calm and science-based information. My question, it's hard to see beyond COVID, but, public health concerns continue on despite COVID. And so I wonder, what other public health issues do you see as paramount in Pitkin County or our larger community?
Sure. So I think Pitkin County is very unique. And although COVID is what kind of drew me to thinking more public health aspect, I do think there's going to be lots of other issues that will come up. I think my interests in particular lie more with being so remote and lack of access, lack of resources, again, which is what I've done for the last 10, 15 years. And one of the things I've been more interested in, and specifically for the hospital, is telehealth services and things that we can provide, and that can expand to various different things that don't even necessarily include medical care. But I think mental health issues is going to be a big. I think it is a big issue, and something that I think we should pay more. There's already a fair bit of attention paid to it, but I think it will be something that we can continue to work on and improve, and services that can be offered, and finding ways to use telehealth services could be a good option for that. I think I've worked at I did my medical school in Houston, and I did my residency training in Miami, and I worked at the county hospitals there, and I do see a very important role in providing access to those who are less fortunate and don't have access to various resources and the inequalities that we face. And I think that's it's definitely become a big topic recently, and unfortunately been politicized. But regardless of politics, I think it's important to address a lot of the inequalities. And we do know that there's even if people that don't live in Pitkin County, we have a large number of people that work and provide services here that I think we need to find ways to help and support them, which will just help better serve our community. So I think those are two of the bigger things that I have an interest in and would like to help improve. But I know there's so many other things that also we could work on.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Thank you. We give very comprehensive and interesting answers to the questions. I just want to conclude this telling a short story. My uncle, who's turning 100 years old next month, started out his career as a medical doctor in the San Francisco area. And he became the director of public health for Marin County and spent 8 years working on a hepatitis B outbreak there in Marin County. That was his experience with public health. So this is kind of a similar thing. I don't know how long this COVID-19 experience is going to be for all of us. It could end up being 8 years long also, but anyhow, thank you very much for applying for this position. The Board of Health has really been moved from sort of almost a backwaters thing that nobody paid much attention to it, to being extremely important now in the community. And the decisions they are making there are really impact all of us and are very important to the community. So we have another interview next week for the position, another medical doctor, and then we'll have to decide. And I actually kind of liked Patty's question about could we have 2 alternates on the board, because in these days, if we have people with good experience who could really contribute to the Board of Health, I would like to be able to benefit from your experiences. So thanks again for applying, and we'll let you know. It'll be more than a week in the future before we'll know, but it'll be shortly after that.
Great. Well, thank you all very much for your time and the opportunity to speak with you. And then, regardless of any decisions, I look forward to meeting you all at some point, and hopefully one day not too distant in person.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Have a good day.
Yeah, you too. Okay.
He checked on Ella.
We only have about 5 minutes, but we can probably
He
cover
checked on
future
Ella,
agendas in 5 minutes.
Dear Tommy.
Do you have anything? You're muted. Okay,
You're
she
still
doesn't.
muted.
Board members. Kelly?
Yeah, could we, I don't know if this needs to be formally added to an agenda, but could we maybe in open discussion, if it's timely, get an update on the census outreach efforts? I understand Pickens County's response rate is very low.
I can follow up on that.
And then I just want to follow up on our COVID conversation, whether or not we need to schedule time with SO about our collaborative efforts on COVID enforcement. Or if that's, a conversation between staff with reporting out to us.
I'll find out.
Okay.
I have that noted already.
Let's see, I had one item, Phyllis, on next week's, on the July 14th future agenda. It's the interview with Dr. Christine Giesel. It says Krista Giesel, and that should be corrected in on the agenda, because I'd hate to have someone call her by the wrong name at the beginning of the interview.
Okay.
Dr. Giesel is my personal physician from the Veterans Administration, so I've met her on Zoom calls before. Any other future agenda items? I'm looking at you, Patty.
No, actually, I don't have any. I'm clean today.
Okay,
There's
good.
not a lot. The future agendas were pretty scarce, so far so good. Thanks, Steve.
Mhm. Okay, and I'm not seeing any other hands go up for future agendas. So, 2 minutes early, we can take a break for
Do we need
our
an hour?
lunch and be back at 1 o'clock. So grassroots, we'll take an hour break right now.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Grassroots. See you at 1. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us at the Board of County Commissioners of Picken County work session on Tuesday, July 7th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair, and here in the room with me also is Commissioner Patty Clapper and our EOTC Administrator, David Pesnichek, and our IT and Admin Support Staff, Jordan Batcheldor. Other commissioners joining us from home are Steve Child, our Chair, George Newman, and Greg Poshman. And I will go ahead and turn the meeting over to our Chair, Steve Child.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. Beautiful summer day today. Next on our agenda, first thing for this afternoon is EOTC meeting preparation and strategic plan. So David Pesnichek will be with us for the next hour or hour and a half. And EOTC, for those who don't know, stands for Elected Officials Transportation Committee. So David, take it away.
Yes, thank you, Steve. Let me see if I can get my presentation up here. You guys able to see that okay?
Yes.
All right. So this is the,
I see it.
what's that?
Greg said he could see your screen.
Okay, great. This is the preparation meeting for the July 16th EOTC meeting. I'm Dave Pesnichek, the Regional Transportation Administrator. I guess before I get into the agenda that we have coming up, and items that I'd like to cover today, I do understand that we have, on the Board of County Commissioners side, we have, I believe it's just Greg that'll be attending the July 16th. And I wanted to confirm that and see what our attendance is, because I have the presentation set up to try to prep you all and get feedback back to Greg if that is the case, but I can switch it up a little bit if things have changed. So just wanted to check in on that first.
So David, there's a good chance that I will be there. We're going to have a lot of company. My daughter's wedding ceremony is this weekend, but we're going to go on a river trip, and I think we're not doing that now. So there's a good chance that I'll be able to attend on Thursday.
Okay, great. And Greg, you'll be there?
I'm planning on being there, and yeah, I've got it covered for y'all. Don't worry about a thing.
Okay, so it looks like we'll have 2 of the 5 present. Are you guys looking at being physically there or virtual?
I'm going to guess virtual for the time being, but
Virtual.
we'll see.
Okay.
Yeah, virtual for me too.
Okay, great. Well, I will proceed with the presentation I have in terms of going a little bit more in depth on a couple of the items to try to get some feedback back to Steve and Greg beforehand, and for myself. Looking ahead to the meeting today and the meeting on July 16th, the process has switched up a little bit. So following some conversations with staff, there's a feeling as though with the strategic plan in particular that there's a high level of consensus around the plan. So because the March meeting was canceled when we were initially supposed to review the whole plan, and then looking ahead at the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan and trying to get that fit in this year without adding undue meetings, trying to get through the strategic plan and the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan between this meeting and the meeting on July 16th. So this meeting here today has been set up to allow you all to vote on the proposed strategic plan if you desire to do so, and then prep you for the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan. I do believe that the meeting at 2 p.m. is officially the special meeting that's been set up to take the vote. So I don't know if we'll be able to vote before 2 o'clock. We might need to defer that until we actually get to that point. But I'll provide you with the presentation in the background, and we can do comment before then. So looking at today, I am looking to receive any comments and corrections on the April 30th EOTC decisions reached. And then I've got a short presentation, an overview presentation on the strategic plan, since it's been a couple months since we've looked at it. And then more in-depth, but still higher level presentation on the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan. I say it's more in-depth than the presentations that I'm providing to Snowmass and Aspen, because they're looking to have full attendance on July 16th. So for Steve and Greg, I apologize, some of that might be a little bit duplicative to what you'll see on the 16th. And then any comments or questions regarding the update material that's in your packet. So just to jump back to number 1 here and start working our way through the agenda, did anyone have any corrections or comments on the decisions reached from April 30th? I wasn't going to go through them for time reasons.
Did we
George,
lose
were
George?
you trying to raise your hand? I couldn't tell. I think we're good, David. Don't see any hands coming up.
Okay. We'll get into the strategic plan component then. So the strategic plan, sorry, is are all the, I don't know if all my my toolbars are showing up on your screen. Looks like it might be clear. Okay. The EOTC strategic plan is intended to be a high-level guiding document that informs decision-making and governance, annual work planning, and the EOTC IGA update that's slated for 2021, as well as the annual budgeting. The funnel graphic here should look familiar to you. It's been in a couple packets, identifying that the strategic plan is at the top of the pyramid and is anticipated to be that 30,000-foot view of basically who we are as the EOTC. And you'll notice on here that it is identified as March 2020. You may recall that meeting was canceled due to COVID. Looking to get into it here today. And then the strategic plan feeds into the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan. This plan for, again, in-depth conversation on July 16th is anticipated to answer the question of what are our policy level priorities. So it's not anticipated to get into the level of, say, we need a ramp here or a sidewalk connection there, but more policy level in terms of, say, electrifying the transit fleet or things on that level. Those two components then feed into the intergovernmental agreement update, and this is anticipated to answer how are we organized. So once we have documents that identify who we are as the EOTC and what are our policy level priorities, how can we or should we be organized in order to best meet those priorities and get to where we want to go. So that may mean staying the way we are, or it may mean shifting things around, but that's anticipated to take place first part of next year. And then how do we allocate funds in terms of the budget framework development? That's the last piece here at the bottom of the funnel. That I'm actually hoping to get some draft matrix out to you this budget season, if we're able to get an approved strategic plan, Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan, and then we can follow up and finalize that in 2021 once we get through the IGA process. So the strategic plan that's proposed and in front of you here today is based on two plans primarily. One is the 2019 strategic plan from the Roaring Fork Transportation Authority. The other one is Denver's Mobility Action Plan from 2017. I would note that, particularly for those of you who are familiar with the RAFTA plan, that the EOTC is, as you know, a very unique organization or committee that's very different from RAFTA and certainly the city of Denver. So while it takes inspiration from both of these plans, it's not an exact replication of the format of either of these plans. And again, that's because the EOTC is very unique in its history, structure, as well as statutory charge and purpose. This plan is anticipated to be a living document and is anticipated to revolve over time. So there's an update time frame within the plan of no less than 5 years, but it is anticipated that it be updated as necessary. So say we get a year and a half down the road and we get to the other side of COVID and we realize that something has changed and we need to address it before 5 years, we do have that flexibility. So I don't want you to feel as though moving forward with the plan is necessarily locking everybody in for the long term, although it is anticipated to inform decisions long term. The plan itself is broken into 6 sections. You might notice that in terms of page volume, the greatest number of pages are involved in the introduction to the EOTC, what it is, what its regulatory and ballot requirements are, where it is today, and then the identified strengths, opportunities, and challenges from the 2019 retreat. And so, again, because the EOTC is a unique organization, this is essentially documenting how we got to where we are today and why we are where we are today. The section 5 that I have underlined and bolded here, this is the meat of the plan. This is just one page of the overall plan, but I think holds the greatest amount of information moving forward. And this has the mission statement, vision statement, guiding principles, and key strategies. We also have sections 4 and 6. This identifies how the plan is to be utilized. So it's to be utilized in upcoming decision making and annual budgeting. And then how the plan is to be implemented. This specifically identifies it as to be implemented annually as part of the work plan. So the page 12, this is the mission, vision, guiding principles, and key strategies. This is the meat of the plan. The mission statement, as you may recall, has been with the EOTC for a good amount of time, since its formation in 1993. It was updated in 2014, and if it's approved here by the 16th, it would be its second update. We also have a new vision statement. This vision statement is intended to encapsulate the values that were expressed by the EOTC at the retreat. We also have guiding principles that are 3 tenets of sustainability. Sustainability rose pretty high as part of the retreat feedback. And then we've got 3 key strategies that are anticipated to be more action-oriented to help get the EOTC moving toward the guiding principles. And these are a multimodal network that encourages mode shift, regionalism and cross-sector approach, as well as communication and intergovernmental engagement. And the guiding principles are, again, the 3 tenets of sustainability, which are environmental sustainability, economic sustainability, and social sustainability. And each of those have a short description that goes along with them. So from the feedback that was received in March, so if you do recall this, while we didn't end up having the final EOTC meeting, we did have the prep meetings and received a good amount of feedback on the plan at that time. So there are 3 main changes that occurred. There's a number, I think about a half dozen minor grammatical and readability corrections that didn't change intent. The second one is we had a couple inquiries on what was intended by equity within the plan. So you'll notice, actually, to go back to page 12 again, if you can see my cursor, down at the bottom of the page there's a note. This identifies what equity is, and I blew it up here on this slide just to make sure it's legible. Essentially, that equity refers to the fairness with which impacts, meaning benefits and costs, are distributed. And this is a fairly, I'd say, commonly used definition of equity within the transportation world, which is why I chose to run with this definition. And then third here, we had a couple recommendations, or a few recommendations on the mission statement. One was to remove the and or and replace with and early on in the statement, as well as adding parking and equity. So with these corrections, the mission statement would read, to work collectively to reduce and manage the volume of vehicles on the road and parking system, and continue to develop and support a comprehensive multimodal long-range strategy that will ensure a convenient, equitable, and efficient transportation system for the Roaring Fork Valley. So with that, it is staff's opinion that the plan at this point represents a unified and clear identification of who the EOTC is and where it wants to go based on the results from the EOTC retreat. There is a resolution included in your packet for your review, should you decide to move forward to a vote of approval. In terms of process, I did meet with the town of Snowmass yesterday. They voted unanimously to approve the plan as proposed. I'll be meeting with the city of Aspen next Monday, so you guys are right in the middle of the 3. Should you decide that changes do need to be made to the plan, would need to move the plan to the July 16th meeting, and another vote would need to occur there. So Greg and Steve, you guys would need to carry that vote on July 16th with the feedback that you would receive here today. If it does move through, you won't see anything For signature, I think there's a second reading tentatively scheduled now for the 22nd, I believe, if it does move forward. And you would see it in front of you for signature at that time. So that's generally what we're looking for process. I'd like to leave it there before getting into the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan, receive comments, and see how you all feel about moving forward to a vote at this time.
So
Computer's being
I'm not
very
seeing
slow.
other commissioners weighing in. I like the looks of it. I really honestly couldn't see anything that I would change in our strategic plan. I think, you worked on this a long time. We had input on it earlier this winter, and I think the final product looks very good to me. And it's not like if this is engraved in stone. It's something we can always tweak in the future too if we need to. And I am just wondering, logistically, we technically need to have a special meeting, call a special meeting in order to actually have a vote on this. And so I think at this point, it's not 2 o'clock, which is when the agenda said. However, this item will be a public hearing at a second reading later on. It's not a public hearing today. So, other board members, what do you think about calling the special meeting now and voting on this item right now, and then David could proceed with talking about the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan after we vote? George?
Looks like Kelly's up first.
Okay, Kelly?
Yeah, can I just ask David to pull up the summary strategic plan with the mission and vision? I just have a question for him, and my computer is acting very slow, so I can't pull it up. So, I just want to check in with David with regards to the mission. In the first line where it says to reduce and manage volume of vehicles on the road and parking system. Do you feel like that encompasses all the components for a transportation system?
I think that this is, so looking back at history here a little bit, so this component came about as a part of the record of decision and managing traffic at the entrance to Aspen to 1993 levels. So that's where this came from, and the mission statement I see as being more of the tangible charge. So yes, we know we want to do that. I don't think that that component encompasses the entire view. I think that adding parking system, road and parking, I think does mean that we're charged with looking at the overall life cycle of a vehicle as it moves in and out. Whereas before it was just road system. So we were just looking at those cars that were moving through that one point. So I think that looking at parking system allows us to broaden out and say, where are they actually spending their time when they get to their destination, and how is that impacting things like land use and housing, and how does that intertwine? So I think that gets back into the cross-sector approach that's down in the key strategies. But I think that the rest of the mission statement, looking at a multimodal long-range strategy, looking at the overall transportation system, I think that is holistic, and I think that gets to the charge of the EOTC.
Yeah. Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah, Dave, just to follow up with Kelly, and I don't really want to get into wordsmithing, but for me, the mission statement is too long and too complicated. That it needs to be, you could always have an explanation underneath the mission statement as a follow-up, but it's very, very wordy. And the vision statement, that last sentence, that contributes to the happiness and well-being of residents and visitors, I'm not sure it's going to contribute to the happiness nor the well-being. It's going to contribute to the safety and efficiency as we move through that. So I'd have a problem with those words. I'm not sure where they came from.
So the happiness and well-being, those were actually two words from the retreat that showed up pretty often in a lot of the documents that we had, the summary documents. And following discussions about how to capture, basically how do we want people to feel after they use transit? How do we want them to feel about using transit? And happiness and well-being seem to encompass that. And I actually went back and forth quite a bit on the happiness. To me, it felt honestly a little fluffy. Then after doing some research, I noticed that actually the United Arab Emirates has a whole department of happiness. And I figured if United Arab Emirates could have a department of happiness, then we could probably have happiness in our vision statement. And I figured that it was probably in terms of vision, not a bad thing to be striving for people to feel happy and want to use the transit system. Because at the end of the day, if they don't want to use it, then we're going to constantly be fighting that uphill battle.
Well, I'm not going to get into an argument. You can do what you're fun, but
I see where you're going, yeah.
I mean, I ride the bus all the time, and happiness is, you don't really see people smiling. Oh, this is a great experience. I'm so happy I was able to ride RAFTA today. No, people want to get there effectively, efficiently, and safely. And that's and those are the guiding principles for RAFTA, frankly, who's moving people up and down the valley. So that's my feedback, comment. I'll leave it at that. Steve, back to your earlier question. If we call a special meeting and that's been on the agenda for a certain time, if there are public comments, even though people may have an opportunity to do public comments later, if that's set as a special meeting for public comments, I think we should do that, and maybe we'll skip around and go into the valley-wide comprehensive plan and come back.
Yeah, I'm fine with doing that. We just wouldn't vote right now and could come back to it later at 2:00. So I'm fine doing it that way. Looking at the word happiness and well-being, this doesn't just refer to riding the bus, but it's the entire system of people walking, riding bicycles, all the different methods that people get around. So we have to take a broader picture, broader view of what the words mean. They are kind of an odd choice of words. I agree with you on that, George. Maybe there could have been a better choice of words, but if you can come up with a suggestion right now, and I think putting in the word safety could be meaningful here. Kelly, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just a quick comment. Nobody's happy to pay parking fees. And that's part of our tactic in this system too. But
And some people aren't happy with anything.
All right. I would just my suggestion would be to substitute safety for happiness.
Greg?
I appreciate what George said. First I wanted to ask, if we change this, does that mean it has to go back to the city and Snowmass for an approval of these words? Because if it does, I'd say let's leave it alone. And if this is all we're concerned about, let's approve it today. If we have to go back to Snowmass and Aspen over this, it simply isn't worth it. I'm happy with happiness, and I'm happy with well-being or safety. Imagine this, George, you're riding the bus and you look out the window and you see the gridlock in all the cars. Relatively speaking, you're going to be very happy to be on the bus. So that's how I see it. So anyway, regarding the wordsmithing, let's back off if this is going to involve 10 other people having to decide with us.
He'll get to me.
One other option is we could, sorry, Patty. Let me finish my thought and then we'll go to you, Patty. We could bring this to, I mean, we could vote on something and then take it to the July 16th meeting and see if the other two entities would concur with a couple of word changes at that point. That would be another way we could do this. So, Patty, go ahead.
Yeah, we have a 2 reading process, correct? And the other jurisdictions have a 1 reading.
It does need to, so if you guys decide to change any of the wording that changes the overall intent or
Right.
content, that would mean that we would need to discuss it on July 16th and take a vote with everybody there. So similarly, if I get to Aspen on Monday and they want to change something, that would push it to July 16th as well.
But we need 2 readings, because it's on our agenda for 2 reads.
Yeah, so you would, I believe it's July 22nd is the second reading.
And
set
City of
schedule.
Aspen and Snowmass Village do not have a 2 reading process. They
I'm
do it
not
on 1
entirely
reading.
sure on that, yeah.
So I don't want to delay this. I want to get moving into the comprehensive plan. I think that's where the meat of substance is. I know we could wordsmith. I kind of like being happy. I think that's something to strive for in this community. We need to be making some effort to make people happy, especially riding the bus and dealing with traffic and parking fees. And I think safety is something we already assume we're doing. I think happiness is a goal to strive for. So we could wordsmith, and then Snowmass could wordsmith, and Aspen could wordsmith, and we could never get anywhere. So I'm happy with what Greg's moving forward to. Let's just move it forward. And George, I know that might not make you happy, but we can work on it. Okay. And I actually like the language of both the vision and the mission statement. I'm happy with it.
I would add that the vision statement, as we all know, is the 50,000-foot view of what we're shooting for. You'll find a lot more of the more specific language within the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan in terms of efficiency and accessibility. Those kinds of things are really more spelled out in that more detailed plan.
So, one more thought on the happiness issue. If you look at guests arriving into Aspen from out of state or other places, they arrive at the airport or maybe in their automobile. They eventually end up at their hotel. Hopefully they have all their luggage and their skis and everything arrives with them. We want them to be happy and with their experience of arriving here and not be stressed out and worried about their luggage didn't make it. It's in Alice Springs, Australia, and all those sorts of things that have happened in the past. So looking at it that way, we want our guests to be happy, not just the local people with arriving at their destination. It starts their trip off on the right foot. So David, why don't you carry on? Anything else on the strategic plan right now? We could come back to it when we do when we have our special meeting to have further discussion.
Okay, are we ready to move on then? Okay. So moving on to the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan. Like I said, I'll be getting into this a little bit more detail with you than with Aspen or Snowmass. The CVTP, basically what is it? It's intended to build off the strategic plan and the EOTC retreat to get down one level deeper into detail. Still policy level priority, and it's intended to identify those policy priorities where the EOTC should be expending time and money within the next several years. Again, we've got the funnel graphic here again. So we went through the strategic plan and we looked at who are we. That's the question that's intended to answer. This one, again, is to look at what are our priorities before getting into organization and annual allocation of funds. This next slide shows the 1993 Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan side by side with the proposed Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan that's within your packet. And I'll run through some of the details here in a minute, but did want to highlight that there are still both single-page plans. At this point, we're looking to maintain it as a single-page plan that's easily read and easily digestible. So the plan itself is anticipated to be updated periodically as necessary. It is currently attached to the EOTC IGA, so when we get into updating that IGA, we would need to have a discussion about whether this would remain attached to that IGA or whether it would be standalone. We do have, or this plan is anticipated to further identify the geographic area for expenditure of this sales and use tax. By ballot measure, that expenditure area is within the Roaring Fork Valley. From the 93 version to this version, that is to remain consistent within the Roaring Fork Valley, but further defines it. And again, looking to maintain the simple one-page representation of the plan. Looking at an overview of the proposed changes from 1993, there's an added explanation on the CVTP plan itself, and this has been added to add a little context. And if the plan does, if it's decided that it should be more of a standalone plan, that explanation will be more important then. The priorities have also been simplified into regional and upper valley, and the specific priorities within jurisdictions have been removed and combined into those regional and upper valley priority sections. So over the last 27 years, it's been staff's opinion that the municipalities of Snowmass Village and Aspen have made significant strides in terms of institutionalizing transit and bicycle facilities and pedestrian facilities. And a lot of what was encompassed within the CVTP back in 1993 has really moved forward within those jurisdictions. So now we're looking at focusing more so on the connections between transit nodes and parking nodes, park and rides, and those jurisdictions. So similar to what you heard from the Community Development Department a few weeks ago in terms of the pearls on a string. We're looking at more the string between the pearls with this plan than the pearls themselves. And then lastly, we have...
David, George has his hand. Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, we can't see him. So.
George?
Dave, could you go back one slide where you had the map? With
Yeah.
Yeah, so my question is, the next to last note on the right where it says, airport to Aspen, 2-lane highway with 2-lane dedicated transit way, that stops right at the roundabout or prior to the roundabout. And it seems like we should include the record of decision with that all the way into the entrance to Aspen.
I agree. The next couple of slides, I'll get into more of the details. Hopefully we'll answer that question for you.
Okay, but it just seems like we should note that on this map, no?
Well, it's currently is part of the Upper Valley priorities. So I believe it's bullet number 3 in Upper Valley priorities. So the multimodal solution to the entrance to Aspen is anticipated to identify that gap there. It could be identified on the map, but again,
I just think it's,
yeah.
I just think for historic reference, because you've got elected officials that come and go, and I think that should be well documented that there is a record of decision for the entrance to Aspen. Even though you have it worded, I think it needs to be shown as well as part of this string here.
Okay.
Let's see what other people think.
Yeah, we can certainly add that to the map. I don't think that would be an issue.
So, George, I had noticed that also, and that's really the bottleneck in all of Highway 82 is from the roundabout into 7th or 8th Street in Aspen is the whole crux of the entrance to Aspen problem, because it's only 2 lanes. There aren't 2 dedicated bus lanes there. And I think that should be a major goal of the EOTC is to solve that problem somehow, to help Aspen solve it. It's really within the city limits, but it's all of our problems to deal with.
Yeah, because you're not going to have happy people otherwise.
All right, well, let me continue on here, and then we can, I've got that noted down. I think that is something that we can certainly add.
I think Rachel will appreciate that.
Let's see. I think I was on the last bullet here. So the other change that has been done, removing accomplished goals and maintaining ongoing priorities. So I think a good example of a goal that had been removed was acquisition of the Denver Rio Grande right-of-way. That was one of the priority uses for the from the use tax back in '93, and it's been accomplished at this point, so that was removed. And then maintaining ongoing priorities. I think a good example there is continuation of the dedicated transitway between Glenwood Springs, Aspen, and Snowmass. I think we've made some good strides there with the bus rapid transit development several years ago, but I think we would all agree that we don't have a dedicated transitway between those towns as of yet. So looking at some more of the details, and just to point them out here for you. So up in the upper right, we do have the short explanation. So this is historical origins, current purpose, and future updates. And then we've got the real bulk of the plan. I'll go through these one by one here on the next slide. This is identification of the regional and upper valley priorities. The visionary priority of the dedicated transit lane between Glenwood Springs, Aspen, and Snowmass Village. And the existing road conditions. And I would add to this what George was saying about the entrance to Aspen. And it does note on here the two-lane highway with two-lane dedicated transit way. That is consistent with the record of decision from 1998 that has not yet been completed. So I probably shouldn't have labeled this existing roadway condition, since that is not totally completed yet, and that is probably the one notable piece that has not been completed. But for the most part, everything that has been identified in terms of aspirational roadway conditions from the '93 plan have been completed to date. So to run through the regional priorities and upper valley priorities, the regional priorities are more general in scale and are anticipated to encompass everything from Glenwood Springs up to Snowmass Village and Aspen. So we've got park and ride lot improvements. So this is particularly important to the EOTC when it comes to Brush Creek. But in terms of the ballot language and the direction from state statute, really any park and ride facility between Glenwood Springs and Aspen Snowmass Village can potentially be within the EOTC's purview. And these are important, as we know, because it is the intersection between vehicle commutes and transit commute. We also have first last mile solutions. This is anticipated to encompass everything from ride sharing, ride hailing, bike share, to bicycle and pedestrian accessibility to facilities. And the third one, this is transit speed, accessibility, reliability, and efficiency. I think this goes back to what George was talking about with the strategic plan. And this is really anticipated to address those speed, accessibility, reliability, and efficiency concerns along the main line. So along the Highway 82 corridor, how can we make sure that transit is moving at a speed that's competitive with the private vehicle, that's accessible, has equity and accessibility, that's a reliable system, ideally a system that's more reliable than the automobile in terms of, say, snowstorms and inclement weather, and efficiency. So we've got a system that's ideally operating at a more efficient level than the private automobile for the residents of the valley. And then the fourth bullet here, congestion reduction measures. This actually has its origins again back in the record of decision in terms of maintaining traffic levels at the entrance to Aspen to 1993 levels, and transportation demand management that has been implemented over the years, particularly by the city of Aspen. But the term congestion reduction measures stems back to the the integrated mobility system that was put together by the Aspen Institute, completed in 2017, and is currently being studied. So some of the components of congestion reduction measures from that integrated mobility system are congestion pricing on Highway 82, as well as dynamic road pricing, or dynamic parking pricing, sorry, and HOV lane enforcement. So it's really anything that helps control the volume of vehicles within Highway 82. And that includes trying to encourage people to get on transit as a way to help mitigate those congestion levels. And that ties in as well to the fifth bullet point here, which is technologies and innovation that encourage mode shift. So this, again, has its origins back to the previous plan in '93 in terms of rail, and looking at those technologies and encouraging them forward. But I think that this priority is intentionally written broad enough to encompass rail, as well as potentially autonomous vehicles and autonomous buses that could be coming online, as well as even aerial trams potentially, and other technologies that may not necessarily be quite as sexy as those, technologies that could help with HOV lane enforcement, technologies that could help with dynamic parking, as well as congestion pricing. The Upper Valley priorities stem back to a lot of the regional priorities, but get a little bit more in detail, detailed. And these are separated out from the basic fact that the tax base, the sales and use tax, is collected within Pitkin County. So I think there's a desire to make sure that we're first focusing on what can we do within our county, in our region, but acknowledging and certainly not ruling out projects that may be farther down valley. So this is looking at the 5 main priorities that have been heard for the Upper Valley. And that includes bike and pedestrian connections to transit stops, and in particular the Brush Creek Park and Ride was raised numerous times at the retreat in terms of getting better, particularly bicycle access into that park and ride. The second one is the airport multimodal transit hub and transit circulation enhancements. This is intended to carry forward the Vision Committee's recommendation with the airport redevelopment, and looking at what that vision is that'll be coming before you, or has been coming before you recently as the Board of County Commissioners. The third one is multimodal solution to the entrance to Aspen. Again, this was a highlight within the retreat, and noted, as you all did a few minutes ago, that this is really a choke point getting into Aspen. As the EOTC, we do need to be looking at the transit component to that, and certainly any funding from the EOTC for any physical infrastructure to the entrance to Aspen needs to include multimodal and transit. And then the fourth one is the Snowmass Village to Brush Creek Park and Ride service commensurate with Highway 82 corridor transit service. It's a mouthful, but this one was put in here in acknowledgement that within the plan, one of the main changes was that Owl Creek Road is no longer identified on that plan as being a dedicated transit and HOV only corridor. So it's identified now as being a rural road with transit being accommodated on Brush Creek Road instead of Owl Creek. So in order to still accommodate and make sure that Snowmass Village has adequate transit connection to Highway 82, this priority was added to emphasize that. And the OTC has made strides in this in the past with the 15-minute connecting service for BRT, and this is intended to encourage that forward. And the fifth one here is electrification of the transit system. I think that this one, again, electrification and climate goals came out high on the retreat, and something that the EOTC would like to see progressed. I think it's fairly self-explanatory. We made made good progress in 2019 with the purchase of 8 buses, electric buses, 4 Raptor, well, not 4 Raptor, but contributed 2 buses that Raptor purchased back in 2019, and those are now in service. But there's still a good number of electric buses or non-electric buses out there that could be replaced. And in terms of first last mile, I think there's also opportunities to encourage electric vehicle charging stations at the park and ride that the EOTC can also move forward on. And then this is my last slide.
Okay,
Yeah, just to go back.
Okay.
Thanks. Just go back. Yeah, on that slide, David. So when you talked about under the priorities, the model transit hub and transit circulation enhancements, you referenced the vision committee for the redevelopment of the airports. But does that go beyond the airports? Are we looking at the entire AABC area as part of that? And do we need to note that as well?
This one, because from my perspective, this plan itself is looking at the whole 82 corridor. So this priority was intended to look really at the airport and getting people to and from the airport. So from my perspective, I viewed it in tandem with the rest of the plan, as opposed to noting that we need to get people from the airport all the way to Glenwood as a specific note. But that was my take on it.
No, I guess what I was asking is, in fact, you've got some grant dollars to study that whole area from the AABC into town, or from the Brush Creek intercept lot. I just don't want to lose as one of the priorities, given all of the development that's going to be coming online at the AABC opposite the airport, that we include that as part of transit circulation enhancements. And I don't know if that's further down in this or not, but I think that's important and it's timely as well.
So just so I understand correctly, you're thinking about circulation outside the airport but near the airport, so in the AABC area. Is that correct?
Any circulation that is going to impact 82 in that area.
From either
Gotcha.
side of the
Well,
road.
and
Yeah.
I guess that begs the question for me then is, where do you treat sort of circulation that's connected to park and rides in other parts of the valley? If we're thinking about, are we going to have conversations about how to accommodate tree farm development and connecting that to park and rides down in Willits? So just from a larger scale, I wonder, does that fit in somewhere else that encompasses multiple conversations along that same line?
I think what you hit on is, the main purpose of this plan isn't to do land use planning for, say, Eagle County or Garfield County or any other jurisdiction. And I think that sort of boundary is an important one to acknowledge. And that's another reason for splitting out the regional versus Upper Valley priorities. So I think that we have some leniency to have more say in terms of Upper Valley development than we do say in, say, the tree farm. In terms of the tree farm, I think that we might be in more of a position of, there's a project going on, they need additional funding. We have a lot of workers down there that are moving through there. Are we looking to contribute or support that project, more so than guiding a specific development project that might impact the overall transit system, if that makes sense. I don't know if that answers your question.
No, it does, and I wasn't necessarily looking at it as involving in the land use decisions down valley. I was thinking of it more in terms of identifying additional strain on the system and participating in solutions to that come from land use decisions made down valley.
But we're going around it the other way.
Yeah.
Yes. My view of this plan at this point was not really to reach down that far. I saw that as being more of a purpose of the strategic plan at this point. I think that there's a lot more vetting that needs to happen before we start really providing, I don't want to call it feedback or what it may be, to RAFTA or down valley governments in terms of impacts to the overall transit system.
So in terms of George's question then, do we interpret that, or should I interpret that as, we have lots of latitude to be specific in the Upper Valley portion of this plan? and
Yes.
less latitude to be specific for the regional priorities.
Yes, I think that's,
Okay.
that's appropriate.
Okay, thank you.
And yes, in terms of the accessibility, we do have some grant dollars that you'll have a chance to match. We'll see how this year's budget goes in October as a 2021 project. That is from the AABC up to the roundabout, looking at transit efficiency and speed, as well as bicycle and pedestrian access to transit stops. So it's now looking at vehicle congestion necessarily, but it could look at how vehicle congestion is slowing down transit. There is another study that Public Works is working on right now down at the AABC in terms of actually trying to quantify what those traffic volumes are. And that's looking specifically at traffic volumes, whereas what will be coming to you in October will not be looking at traffic volumes necessarily.
Well, I would support George's contribution then, because, we should just call a spade and recognize that with future planned projects, that traffic and transportation needs at the AABC airport area are going to emerge as a priority.
I agree.
I'll agree.
And I think that that's a good comment to carry forward to the 16th. Just so I'm clear, are you thinking, and maybe you guys don't know yet either, as adding that to the airport priority, or adding this as a separate priority?
Well, I was just envisioning the entire area, not just to segregate the airport from the AABC area, but that entire geographic area, which encompasses both sides of the road, different issues.
Gotcha.
And I would just maybe offer that you could just stick the word neighborhood transit circulation enhancements in there to identify it as a larger
Okay.
area.
Yeah, neighborhood and commercial, right?
Mm-hmm.
That works for me also. I think this area is begging for a master planning process. Maybe this is how we're going to get there.
So I would agree with doing that too. When I think of airport, I think of really the whole AABC area. And I know that the ASC Vision Committee has specific recommendations for the airport side of it, but the transit problems are equally as bad on the other side of the road too. So it should be looked at together. Kelly?
Yeah, and I would just offer, with the point referencing the record of decision above, your solution might be as simple as just moving the arrow to point after the roundabout. Just my thought.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see what you mean.
The words are fine.
All right, well, that is some good feedback. Is there anything else on these before? I think I've just got one more slide, but the bulk of what I was looking to cover, we've been through.
So why don't you do your last slide, David, and then we'll do more discussion on the whole thing.
Okay. The only other piece I wanted to note, and sorry, this is too big to really be legible here, but I wanted to show it on the screen. And I apologize, in your packet, it looks like when I reduced the PDF, it changed the clarity on it. But the left side here, this is anticipated to show the intersection of the regional priorities, Upper Valley priorities, with the strategic plan, mission, vision, guiding principles, and key strategies. And So the left side are the criteria from the strategic plan, while the top are each of the regional priorities and Upper Valley priorities. So in terms of moving forward, I think that this type of comparison, in terms of how we analyze projects going forward and expenditure of EOTC funds, I think this type of analysis will be important, possibly more nuanced than just a check mark, utilizing probably more of a rating system to identify where dollars should be spent. But I did want to show it here. There are a couple that I didn't feel could meet right off the bat, and those are right in the middle, as well as at the bottom. So these are the congestion reduction measures and technologies and innovations that encourage mode shift, paired with social sustainability. I think that on their face, I couldn't say for sure that we would be promoting social sustainability with those, and that it would depend on the specific project that's proposed. So congestion pricing, I think, is a good one, that it can have some significant equity issues. So if we did go down the road of promoting or moving forward with congestion pricing, we would need to look seriously at equity and social sustainability at that time. And then down at the bottom, that's communication and intergovernmental engagement. So with each of these priorities, I think that engagement needs to occur at the time that a project is moving forward. And so that's why it's noted as it is. But that was all I had on the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan.
So, comments, any other comments from commissioners? It is very comprehensive, as the title says, David. Covers a lot of territory and a lot of innovative kind of thinking that has gone into this over, a period of years. So this is, to me, like the culmination of everything we've done before and looking forward, projecting that into the future, what work we still need to do to keep making the system better than it is, or correcting the mistakes that are there from the past. Kelly?
Oh, no, sorry. I'm just fiddling.
So David, did you have any feedback from town of Snowmass Village? Did you talk about the comprehensive plan when you were talking about the strategic plan with them?
Like I said, I didn't get into this level of detail on the Comprehensive Valley Transportation Plan with them. So we just did the first 2 slides. They generally seemed supportive. I think that they were glad to see the Aspen Village Brush Creek connection priority. They were also glad to see Owl Creek Road not being a transit corridor and seeing that moved over to Brush Creek, where there are 2 primary concerns. So it looks like we are just a
Ready
couple
to
minutes to
just-
2.
Looking at the process, David, going, okay, the EOTC will look at this in depth on July 16th. And that will then be an up or down vote or making modifications to the CVTP, is that correct?
We can make modifications to the CVTP on July 16th. The hope is to get to a point where there's a level of comfort to be able to approve a version of the CVTP at that meeting. Which is why I wanted to provide more feedback here so that we had as much feedback into it on the 16th as possible.
And then will that come back to this board as a whole? Because there'll only be 2 members there.
It will not. Because the EOTC doesn't require a quorum. So if you all are comfortable with Greg and Steve voting on your behalf, they can do that.
Only if we limit them to this narrow thought process here. I'm comfortable moving it forward, and I'm also comfortable going into the special meeting to approve the strategic plan.
Okay, it is 2:00, so we have reached that magic hour. So at this point, I will call a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners. And we need to consider the resolution adopting the EOTC strategic plan.
I will
So
make
we
a,
discussed that a lot earlier. Is there any other, Patty, you could make the motion and then we could have discussion after the motion's
I'll
made.
make a motion to approve the strategic plan as written.
I can second that, and then we have discussion. Do you still have, was there a public comment or not? I got
That's
confused
a
about
second
that.
reading.
Just bring it up.
Second reading, okay, so I'll
Just bring
second
it up.
with discussion.
The strategic plan?
Yeah, the one page.
I don't anticipate we would have anybody calling in because there is no phone number to call in on for today's meeting. So I don't think unless somebody walks in the door right now who wants to talk about it, it's up to us to pass it on first reading and then take it to the second reading. So further discussion, George.
Yeah, thanks. Dave, just to clarify, because when you started this presentation off, you had a time block. And so the strategic plan, if approved by all three entities, that will go into place this year. But then in 2021 will be a follow-up discussion on decision-making and governance.
Yeah, so 2021 would be a discussion on the IGA, which is really the organizational piece where we can where we discuss how the EOTC is set up, get more into possibly solidifying voting procedures, voting budget versus non-voting budget or budget voting. So that kind of thing, looking to tackle in 2021, first part of 21.
Yeah, right, thanks. So this is great, but as I mentioned earlier, it's great if we have all three entities that will approve the 2020 strategic plan. But as you move into 2021 and down the road, as you have boards change over, then it may be you'll start to go backwards in terms of the discussion. Do those new elected officials still support the 2020 strategic plan? And that gets into that whole conversation that you'll have next spring in terms of governance and decision making. So I just want to remind the board that it's been an issue in the past, and it's not to say that it won't be an issue in the future, even though we all agree on this plan, the strategic plan.
That is true.
Also, when we're talking about all these things, I mean, I look at the things that happened in the 1990s, the early 2000s. We have a whole body of history behind the EOTC and the different steps that have been taken along the way. I don't necessarily agree with everything that they did back then, but it's what did happen, and like the history behind it. And so we don't try to change what the history is behind it. So we can learn from what they did then and use it for projecting forward what we're doing now. And I would hope that in the future boards of commissioners and the town councils would also look at what we're doing with the strategic plan in 2020 and look at it as a historical document to learn from and make their future decisions based on that. Not that they don't have to agree with all of it, but if they use it for part of their education, I think that would be good.
I would add that one of the benefits to having a strategic plan and the updated CVTP is that it can help maintain consistency over time.
So David, in terms of updating this, I think it's scheduled for taking a look at it every 5 years, the strategic plan, is that correct?
Unless needed.
Yeah, unless as needed. So 5 years at the most.
Okay. or as needed.
Mhm.
So it's, you know, we can change the document going forward if we need to, or see a need to. Okay, any further discussion? If not, I'll call the question. All in favor of accepting and approving the resolution for the strategic plan, say aye.
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 Thank you, Dave.
I think we're all in favor of it, 5-0, David.
And I'll make a motion
Thanks,
to
David.
adjourn the special meeting.
I'll second.
It's moved and seconded to adjourn the special meeting. All in favor, say aye.
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 Get a half hour back of your life.
Okay.
Good job, Dave.
Thank you.
Put a lot of work in.
So
it. We
David,
appreciate it.
anything else we need to know at this point?
I just wanted to see if there are any questions about the update items in your packet. I wasn't going to go through them, but if you read through them and had any questions, I wanted to provide that opportunity.
So, I read through them. I didn't see anything that caught my eye.
Okay.
I have a question. Have you sorted out the technology with travel times between buses from the Brush Creek Park and Ride and cars driving into Aspen?
We haven't made any more progress on that since the last time, since I guess April 30th.
Okay.
So it's, right now, last week we received the CDOT permit for the sign, for the dynamic message sign. So that sign is ordered. It should be in place here in the next several months. It's got a few month lead time for fabrication. We've got the software in place to be able to accommodate the travel time system. And once we get it in place, I don't think we're gonna know anything real new until it's actually in place and we have the software, because we can, from what I understand, hook it up to Google and use the Google times, but we need to make sure that those are accurate before we actually start displaying anything.
Sure.
I have a,
Will your walker on the highway throw off the
Yeah, exactly.
average?
I have a question.
Patty?
You know, the digitalized sign, we had concerns voiced by the city of Aspen as to blocking the view plane of Cozy Point, so we moved it. I have significant concerns about the Dalwhinnie Clean the Highway sign that's right in front of our new digital sign. I think we need to approach CDOT and have that moved, because we were very, very careful in placement of our digital sign, so people coming up Valley could have a view plane for it. And now your view plane is Dalwhinnie marijuana. And I would like to see, and it's also, I think it should be of concern to the city of Aspen to have that sign blocking the view plane of Cozy Point versus a digital transportation sign that's telling people what they need to know to get in and out of town. So I think that's something I would like to see us follow up on. Maybe have the city of Aspen take an approach to it, because that was their concern. And that's what you see. You don't see because you can see where the sign's gonna go. You can see the markers, and it's just past the Dalwhinnie sign.
Yeah. And the one, I think I know the sign that you're talking about, that one will actually need to be removed, otherwise it blocks the
Yes.
sign. So that one,
And I think Greg and
Is to
I
be
would be
taken out.
happy to remove that sign, right, Greg? So
save,
just let us know.
save some taxpayer dollars.
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
I still think we can
I
remove
just
them all.
want, oh, sorry, George, go ahead.
Oh, I
George
just want,
first.
but I'm just curious, and it's probably not under your purview, David, but do we know that they've actually done any cleanup that they're supposed to be doing along that stretch of the highway? I haven't
We
noticed
have
it.
been.
Yeah, it has really been outside my purview. Actually, I think Patty has had more
Yeah, they
involvement in
have
it
been.
than
I've seen the truck occasionally. They hire somebody from CDOT to do it. And it's cleaner than it has been in years past, but who knows, without construction industry. There's been some, construction insulation blowing off trucks recently, but for some reason, they have cleaned up this section that the county employees usually do, which I think we got on them about that. It's still, the signs, I still think are a 1041 issue for us that we need to pursue when we can take a breath and look at that.
I would just add that we haven't heard back. I don't think we've heard back satisfactorily from John Peacock's original letter to CDOT, because it seems as if they're breaking their own rules with these signs, and it was a very unsatisfactory response we had originally, but I don't think anything's happened since. So it may be, Dave, because it's a transportation related and CDOT related thing, of course, we're going to talk to you about it as well. Maybe we need to come up with a more aggressive strategy here to get a response from them that's satisfactory.
And if I can, I would just comment on, this may be one of the things that when we discuss CCI legislative priorities, that we bring forward for a legislative fix, because, it has to do with our authority, home rule authority, local control on how these things get cited and who gets, to advertise, et cetera, et cetera.
I like that idea, Kelly. We could make that our number one CCI priority, give them a small bite that maybe that we can get it done.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Okay, David, I guess we're all done with you for today.
Yep, looks like it.
Thanks for coming to our meeting.
Yeah, thank you all.
Thanks for
Nice
all the
to
hard
see
work.
you. Stay safe and healthy.
See if I can leave. There we go.
It's been nice to see you in the
So,
office.
You too.
2:12. We're scheduled to have Kevin Warner at 2:30, and he hasn't shown up on our screen yet. So we could go to board open discussion items at this point. Phyllis? Let's see, Cindy was going to show up, and she's not there. He was going to give us an update on the solar site.
Yeah, there's nothing in the notes that I have for open discussion from Charlotte. I did get some information just from this morning's COVID update, people who answered me back already. So on just what law enforcement's been doing, and Patty, I sent some of this to you in a text to your questions. Within the city of Aspen, their law enforcement has been out and actively checking on restaurants. The report I thought from Bill Lynn was interesting, that he said it was remarkably, people were in compliance given the number of people on the weekend. He worked both the late shift on Friday and Saturday nights. So they're doing more of education. We're asking, law enforcement is taking an educational stance. So they really haven't had any, haven't been giving tickets or anything like that, which goes back to Greg's idea of yellow cards. People who don't know soccer don't understand yellow cards, though. So I have to educate them when I talk to them about that.
Well, Phyllis, real quick, my question to you earlier was that right now, during the lunch hour, I heard it was good over the weekend, but I've heard today, someone walking through the restaurant row area and the mall area said people were packed in. And I think we need to make sure it's not just an evening issue, it's whenever the restaurants are open issue. So we need to remind them that breakfast, lunch, or dinner, you need to follow the same rules. So it was this afternoon at lunch.
The city has shifts that go on daytime to evening.
All right.
If I could throw in about the yellow cards, the thing that I like about them is it's a very friendly reminder, but there's a paragraph that has a warning, and it says, I tried to show it, but I think it was blurry. This is your final notice to comply with our policy. Next, we'll file a report, in the case of Alaska, which could result in suspension of future travel on Alaska Airlines. If I saw that, I'd be daunted. And so I think it wouldn't be so hard for us to come up with something similar. It is a warning. It's a friendly reminder with a warning at the bottom. And I have to say that resonates for me. And I'll talk to the Board of Health. We'll bring it up again, and I think Karen will have something to say about it. But I really look forward to seeing what staff maybe can come up with in the way of verbiage for these things. And maybe the restaurants could have them, and the police, and anybody who wants one. George could have a pocket full of them, and Steve, and hand them out.
But Greg, you'd have to have a system though.
How to get some?
Yeah, you'd have to have a system. If it's a first warning, you have to have a way to record that, just like Open Space and Trails does. They know that they issued you a warning, then the next time they get you, it's not a warning anymore. City of Aspen has a policy and process right now, it's my understanding, Phyllis, correct me if I'm wrong, where they educate you first. Okay, here's the rules. Second time, you're in the system. Second time, it's a $50 ticket. The first time after the warning, it's a $50 ticket. Second time, it's a $250 or something ticket. And the third time, it's a significant at $1,200 or more and a court appearance.
So if they already have that in place, it's possible that the yellow card might either be an easy thing to implement, or maybe it's not even necessary. Whether the county and the sheriff would be willing to do that is perhaps our discussion.
Yeah, we're going to have that. We're going to toss the idea around and see what we can come up with. The other one, there was a question about how many phones the iPods hit. And Joe DeSalvo is guessing it's more between like 30 and 40,000, a huge number of phones. And it does only go to cell phones. But considering the number of people and the large geographic area that it hits, that was his estimate. But we don't have a way of knowing because it's a one-way communication. It comes from the cell tower to the phone. We don't get anything in reverse to know who's receiving it. So that's what I found so far. And then I see Kevin Warner, a box lit up.
So just to comment about the whole yellow card and social distancing in our local business. Yellow card implies that there will be a red card following it if there's another infraction, and the red card is not that you are not allowed to come to Aspen anymore, but it would be the fines that we have instituted, I presume. We want people still to come, but we want them to follow the rules when they're here, and that would be the whole purpose of it. But I see as our main allies would be the business owners in Aspen realize we have a huge upsurge in the virus again because people are not following the rules. They are liable to have their businesses closed again, and they do not want that. And we don't want that really either. We want them to be able to stay open. So I see the restaurant and business owners as really huge allies in our whole effort, in the educational effort to get people to comply with our guidelines. George.
Two things. Greg, I hope you'll bring that idea, that challenge to the Board of Health's meeting in terms of social distancing at the restaurants, at tabletop, because it seems like it's a little oxymoron otherwise. But maybe for another discussion, not necessarily right now, but as you know, the city of Aspen just recently passed a curfew on restaurants for serving, closing at midnight. And I think we should be having that discussion for Pitkin County as well, because we do have restaurants that could turn into bars very easily within Pitkin County, all the way down to Redstone, as a matter of fact. So I think we should have that discussion.
Kelly?
Yeah, I'd just like to say, I think some of the anxiety that is being felt and some of just the confusion with compliance is the nuanced messaging that we have. And I think this should be considered, in the conversations going on for updating our public health order. And what I would suggest is, some of the confusion around nuance is, okay, you don't have to wear a mask around your people in your households. You don't have to wear a mask if you're not within somebody within 10, if you're within people for less than 10 minutes. And I just think maybe we have an opportunity to get rid of some of that nuance and make it very clear and easy by saying, wear a mask if you're in a population center, and the public health order can define what those population centers are. to sort of alleviate that. So even if you're with your family, you're still wearing a mask if you're walking down the street in Aspen. You know, even if, you know, you are passing someone on the streets and you're not in contact with them for more than 10 minutes, you're still having that protective effort. And then the enforcement aspect of it becomes easier in terms of that, because it's very easily visible to see somebody that is not wearing a mask in a population center. You know, and as opposed to if you're out on a trail by yourself or with people in your household or et cetera. So it's just an idea I think that should be contemplated and, you know, in the context of updating this public health order for Friday. I don't want to assume that I've thought through all of the ramifications of such an approach, but I'm putting it out there for staff to consider when you guys are working through language for Friday's update.
Any other
Silence.
open
Stop
discussion
shocking.
items at this point? Like, I think Cindy might be joining us at some point, but maybe after we talk with Kevin Warner, then if Cindy joins us, we could go back to open discussion. And we're due to go to executive session at 3:15.
Hey, Steve, if we're in open discussion, I was just thinking, I had an opportunity to ride the Castle Creek Trail, the new improvements on the Castle Creek Trail, all the way up, and actually rode across where they're building the bridge over the weekend. And I discussed it with George a little bit, and I was just wondering, George, your reflections on riding that section of trail. I think that it's coming together.
It is. In fact, I just got an email from Gary based on some of our comments we forwarded to Gary, and he says that they are going to paint the separated trail. That's the one going up to the music school, the campus, with stencils showing two-way traffic. That should take care of that confusion. And then they're also going to be watching the gravel on the upside. They said they may not have the capacity to sweep it once a week, but if it gets bad, they'll work with the city to keep the shoulder clear. So riding up Valley, I don't think it was a problem. In fact, it was nice to have that little shoulder. It was much more of a shoulder there than, frankly, from the Prince of Peace Chapel going to there, or I rode up the Creek Road yesterday, and by the high school, there's no shoulder. So I think that helps a lot, and I think we'll be able to alleviate the confusion for bike riders coming down, so they're not interacting with pedestrians or bicyclists going to the campus.
Great. Yeah, I think it's going to work. It's just an initial confusion there.
Yeah.
Kelly?
Yeah, I just wanted to let you all know that CCAT asked me if I would join a committee. It's called the Local Government Coronavirus Relief Fund Guidance Consortium, to help DOLA work out the specifics on how they're allocating the $275 million that was dedicated from the CARES Act through the governor's executive order. So I'll have reports out for you on that. I'll accept your condolences as well. But it'll really hammer out the details on getting expenditures covered and dealing with the reserve fund, you know, within those parameters.
Okay, it would be good to have some Western Slope local small county voice helping decide how that money is allocated, because the
That's good to hear,
tendency's been
actually.
to
Mhm,
send it
yes,
to the
yeah.
big counties with most people. Okay, any other open discussion items at this point?
Wanna
If
tell
not, I
Steve?
think we have Kevin on the line. Kevin, did you want to open your screen? And welcome to our meeting. It's been quite a while since we've gotten
Are you
to
gonna
see
call
you,
in,
and
Zach?
this odd,
We
odd
can
meeting
announce
at a
that.
Zoom meeting, but we actually are all looking
I'm gonna
at
stay
each other's faces instead of looking from the side, so it's a little different experience. So welcome. We're looking forward to hearing what's happening with the Forest Service these days. And I'll hand it over to you, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. And so the note that I had received from Charlotte was that you guys had an interest in learning a little bit more about where we're at with our campgrounds and access, and then also fire preparedness and such. So I'll give you guys a little bit of an update on that, and then open it up to any other questions you might have on other topics as well. So right now, all of the campgrounds in Pitkin County, all the Forest Service campgrounds in Pitkin County are open except for two. And Lost Man Campground up Independence Pass is not open. And the other one that is not open is Elk Wallow, which is up the on with that. So as you guys are probably aware, most of our campgrounds, not all of them, but most of them are run by a concessionaire. So we basically contract the operations there. And with delayed starts and everything else, and the added cleaning and necessary precautions taken with those two sites being so far away from the main location where the hosts are, they came to the Forest Service and asked that if for this year they could keep those two closed. And so we allowed them to do that. If things do change throughout the summer, we would reconsider. But for now, it seems like it's going okay. They are the concessionaire are cleaning depending on the facility, they are cleaning the toilets and other facilities somewhere between 2 and 3 times a day, depending on the use and such. So they've really stepped up their protocols and such on that, and so doing everything they can to try to do that. The campgrounds are 100% open, and primarily by reservation though. In the past, we've had more sites that were first come, first served, and to decrease the amount of money handling and other things for the hosts, we've really stepped up and decreased the amount of first come, first served sites. It's kind of disappointing to me in some ways because I like to have provide some of that flexibility for the public to be able to come into a site. There is still some of that flexibility built into the sites at the Maroon Bells, at the campgrounds up there. But most of the other ones, it's mostly reservation right now. So, and I think it's the right thing to do for the particular situation we're in. So, outside of campgrounds, recreation-related stuff, the Maroon Bells, give you a little update on that. I'm sure you guys all already know, but the buses are now running. They've been running for about a week or so now, and everything that I've heard is that and the reservation system is going well. And things are going well. We have had a few complaints from primarily from locals saying that they wish that there was some way that there was some sort of special system for local access, which at this point we haven't really figured out how we would regulate through the reservation system. So we'll look into that. I'm not sure that there's much we can do this summer for that, but going into looking at this further as far as like in the fall for future falls where we've been having those systems where the bus is just getting overwhelmed and looking at reservations needed. We may look at something and try to figure out. There's a couple of options out there that I guess in Hawaii they've been somewhat successful at doing that at some state parks. So we'll look into that. Bikes, they are seeing anecdotal increases in bike traffic on the road. I think it's on Maroon Creek Road. My assumption being that it's a secondary effect of less. If you have less availability on the buses and less people can get up there through that normal route that people are used to, they're finding other ways to gain access up there. And I've seen an anecdotal increase in e-bikes as well. So I'm sure that that's a great boon for the economy at the local bike shops that are renting e-bikes. But it's definitely something we're seeing out there. The other thing is just generally across the forest, whether it's on this ranger district or and really it's across Colorado. We're seeing just really, really large increases in recreational use and such. And it seems like most of it is kind of regional-ish in nature. It's not the folks coming from way, way far away. It's the folks that are looking to get out. It seems to be the types of things where, normally you'd see folks that were, they might be taking a vacation to Europe, or they might be going to, some beach vacation, and they're not really comfortable with doing that, but they're comfortable coming here and recreate on national forest lands. And so we're seeing a lot of what we would call first-time users, or maybe less frequent, just like campers and stuff like that. Actually, I was out patrolling over the forest on Saturday up the Frying Pan, and I saw multiple like RVs with temporary, not with the like early permits, the temp permits on them. So people are going out and buying those things, and this is their first try at camping and getting out there. So because of that, unfortunately, we're seeing kind of a lack of compliance with the normal rules and regulations that we expect of our visitors, and it might be because of other things as well, but definitely that's contributing to that. So one thing that we have done is we have increased our patrols a little bit, trying to get more of our folks out there and trying to educate users as much as we possibly can. And then the other thing is we continue to get above average requests for visitor information coming into our phone lines, and we're trying to do everything we can to respond to all of those, and hopefully educating people on the front end before they even get to get out there and get onto the forest land. So we're seeing that, whether it's wilderness use, whether it's backcountry, the general backcountry, dispersed campgrounds. Rudai was just absolutely packed when I was up there on Saturday, and people are taking that opportunity to really get out and enjoy their national forests and get a little break from coronavirus type things probably in the larger communities as well. So there were also some questions, or I was asked to bring a little bit more information surrounding fire and such. So as you guys are aware, both the Pickens County and the Forest Service are and the White River National Forest, both in stage 1 fire restrictions right now. So that's great. It's always good if we can all get in line and do that together. And so I was really glad that worked out for us to get those in place prior to the 4th of July weekend. And at the same time, compliance for those fire restrictions is not great on the forest. We have picked up, we did bring in a fire prevention team. We actually brought them in from Florida, to the White River National Forest, and so we've increased those patrols as well for fire prevention reasons. And we've been doing more of that, trying to get out and just educating the public on basically, I mean, for us, it's mostly not having campfires, except for in the campgrounds. That's the only place really. So beyond that, though, if you're looking at the short-term forecast, you are looking at red flag warnings today and tomorrow, which causes concerns. But even beyond that, the short term, so the 1 week or so forecast is continued above average temperatures and below average precipitation. And when we look at the long term forecast, so that's going out to up to a month, it's more of the same. Above average temperatures, below average precipitation. We are truly not seeing that that normal monsoon that would be monsoonal flow that would normally start moving up through the Gulf Coast and coming up through Arizona. It's not setting up yet, and it very well may not. Is kind of what we're hearing right now. So we hope that it will, but at this point anyway, it's not looking extremely positive for that. So that's what we're getting from our folks. Fuel moisture, so across the board, any of the, whether it's grasses, the brush, to the larger fuels in the trees. The fuel moistures, as we do our testing, those are decreasing. And the ERCs, which are basically how hot a fire could burn if you got a fire going, it's called the energy release component, those are increasing. And so at this time, I think that those stage 1 fire restrictions are really important, and trying to do everything we can to decrease the probability of a start, and because once we get them going, then then like it says with those ERCs, we'd be more challenged in especially in the lower lying valleys and areas to be able to control those. So that's most of what I have right now. So I don't know, you got me for a little while longer. I'm open.
George.
Yeah, Kevin,
Yeah, George.
what would precipitate the Forest Service to go to stage 2? And it seems like we should be doing that now, given the current conditions and the future forecast of what's going on around the state. In fact, I'm surprised that the governor hasn't issued at least a stage 1 throughout the entire state. But what would it take to go to for the Forest Service and hopefully working with the counties and the BLM to go to stage 2?
Sure, George. So we have some protocols that we use that are science-based, and they're related to the fuel moistures and the ERCs, as well as some kind of more like social factors and the availability of firefighting resources. And so we have every Tuesday during the potential fire season, we have a fire restrictions call that includes all the counties as well as the public land managers, and we have those discussions. And at this time, the fuel conditions, as well as basically the fuel conditions mostly, do not warrant stage 2 restrictions. And so we had that discussion. Valerie was on that call with us today, and we'll continue to look at that on a weekly basis. We get the fuel moistures and the ERCs and everything given to us either Sunday or Monday, and then we have a call on Tuesday. And so, but that's what it'll take. It'll take moving a little closer to that. We actually moved into stage 1 restrictions just a little bit earlier than we normally would per the science and the data that's there, primarily because of the social factors. So the amount of people and the amount of new people, as well as everything surrounding coronavirus and COVID-19. So we'll continue to monitor that and take a look at it, and try to do our best to do the right thing there.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Greg.
Yeah, hi, Kevin. Thanks for being here. Thanks for sharing this with us. And it's on everybody's mind. It's interesting to hear what you're saying. I saw a post this morning on Facebook from a longtime Valley resident who asked, he said, "I know the fire bans come and go, but what are the restrictions on Kepler Pass, for instance?" He says, "If I have a camp that has a fire ring made by humans with rocks, but not placed by the Forest Service, is it still okay to have a fire?" And and you start thinking, wow, people are starting to split hairs on what they think might or might not be allowed. And someone else says, "Oh, during a red flag, I say it's they don't apply to recreational campfires, only for fields or slash or trash or ditch burning. So I guess I'm good to go with my fire." I want to call the guy up and shake him and say, "Please don't do this." So I'm just thinking that as your information comes out, if there's any way we can help you we can put the word out through Valerie and everyone else. I know it's on everybody's mind, and I think a lot of us are kind of just waiting for the other shoe to drop on stage 2, if that's where it's going with the dryness. As you've said, we have a lot of crowds in the backcountry now. Maybe this is the new normal where everyone loves camping all of a sudden. It's up a lot. So I think we're ripe for some accidental fires, and I certainly hope not. but just want to say there seems to be a lot of confusion out there, even from regular folks who should know this.
Sure, and we did have our fire prevention team that's coming in. They were out at the Aspen Farmers Market this weekend, and I don't know if that's exactly the right crowd, but it's an opportunity to educate folks and try to get the word out. It is really helpful when both the county and the Forest Service are aligned. We took the information that Valerie has and that she's put together for some little more like public information, like PSA type things, and push them to our public affairs folks and have them put that out there as well. And so I think that the communication with the folks in emergency services is really good. And so we're doing everything we can. I think your folks are as well to get that education out. It is difficult for folks, and it's difficult because the example that you just gave, actually, Kevlar Pass is not even on the White River National Forest. It's on the Gunnison National Forest, and so they're currently not in fire restrictions. So technically, that person could have a fire there. So it is difficult, and that's why it is so helpful when we can all get in alignment.
Great. While I've got you here, I just wanted to say I'm also always eager to bring up the conversation with Valerie and everyone I can on just the people in the wild urban interface, which is an awful lot of us living in places on the edge of the forest. Fire mitigation, so important in neighborhoods around here, and it's so easy just to ignore it. So I just want to say anything we can do to encourage people to be prepared for fire and to mitigate when they can. Create a safe a boundary around their home from brush and wood certainly seems to make a difference.
Absolutely. And the one thing that I think I mentioned it before, maybe the last time I was able to talk with you guys in person, but we are working on a forest-wide fuels risk assessment right now. It's gotten pushed back a little bit because of COVID-19 and the contractor that's working with us, but we're hoping to have something by about the end of the calendar year, and it will give us some better information about the best places on the forest to be able to put our resources and potentially other community resources towards fire mitigation, and that'll be based on values and at risk and those types of things. So I'm really looking forward to that. To having that data and that information, and bringing that to folks in emergency services across all the counties to try to look at ways that we can work together to communicate that, as well as doing the work that is required or that would be helpful to actually mitigate those things ahead of time as well. So really looking forward to having that info.
Great, thank you, appreciate that.
Kevin, I have a question about the permit system for the Conundrum Hot Springs and the Four Pass Loop. Is that operating this summer? Do you have restrictions on the number of people, greater restrictions because of the COVID virus than would be there otherwise?
So it's a great question, Steve. So there's kind of two different parts to it, though. So I'll address Conundrum first. And so Conundrum is operating under the same required reservation system that it has for, I believe, the last 2 years. And so it is operating that way. We did not decrease the number of sites available. We kept it at the same number of sites available. And part of the rationale for that, we thought about it quite a bit and conferred a little bit with county resources as well. But the group size limit at any one of the campsites at I think there's about 18 or 20, I can't remember for sure, campsites up at Conundrum, is below the 10-person group size limit that was in place early on in the process. So we decided that in the end, the part that we had control over and the permitting that we could do that would keep it under that group size limit that was already in place. And so we decided not to change the overall allowable reservations up there at Conundrum. So that's continuing to work and run as it has in the past. For the 4-pass loop in Capitol, which was the next stage, the anticipated next stage for going to look at a permit system, we were intending originally to have that out as kind of as a public comment period for this summer. But in the end decided that because of COVID-19, it probably wasn't the right time to try to engage the public on a reservation system there. And so we're gonna put that off and look at that in the future. And so we're hoping to be able to do that next year. But so for right now, the 4-pass loop and Capitol and the other places that we already know are above the threshold from the wilderness management plan, and they need to have a permit system, they are not under a permit system yet. And so we'll look to continue to move forward with that, and we really hope to be able to do that next summer.
Okay, thank you for that information. That's interesting. We definitely have seen a huge amount of traffic going up Capitol Creek to get up on
Sure you have.
different places. People had so much pent up energy and frustration in their houses, I think, that they're now getting out into the backcountry an awful lot, probably more than usual.
Yeah, it's definitely the same here in the Crystal Valley. We're seeing a lot of folks heading up the road.
Mm-hmm. Okay, any other questions from the commissioners?
Thanks, Kevin.
How are things looking? I have one more question, Kevin. It relates to livestock grazing. And I know it's maybe a little too early to tell at this point, but do you anticipate with the drought conditions that there might be any early withdrawals or anything from any of the grazing allotments?
You know, I think, Steve, you are correct in the first part of it. It's a little too early to tell for sure. We are monitoring and looking at that, though, and I know that our livestock producers are definitely concerned about that already, looking at that long-term forecast. And it seems everything we heard from USGS and others is that we had good moisture, we had good snow over the winter, but so much of the soil was just so dry from past years that it just sucked all of that up, and that's great. That's what we need to do. But it's going to probably mean that we're not going to see we're going to see some decreased grass growth and that kind of thing as well. I would anticipate with this kind of heat that's abnormal. And so we'll continue our monitoring and working with folks as much as we possibly can, working with them to try to find alternatives to removing livestock early. But if we have to get there for the range condition, then that's something we may have to approach at that time.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have any questions for Kevin? Not seeing any at this time. Thank you so much for coming into our meeting. We really appreciate every opportunity we get to speak with our local federal agency representatives, and it's good to get an update on what's happening here in our Forest Service lands.
Well, thank you, Steve, and thanks to everyone else for the invite. And just let me know anytime. Glad to do it.
Okay, thank you, Kevin. Appreciate it. Okay, let's. I see Cindy's on. You there, Cindy? Still? We did some open discussion earlier, Cindy, but we knew that you were planning on coming, so we were anticipating you would join us after Kevin was on.
Right. Thank you. Good to see everybody. I I was hoping Leslie was going to be able to hop on and be here. I can go ahead and talk about the topic, which was the solar farm approval, which is out all on the bench with the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District. We just wanted to let the board know and the public know that, in fact, working with the applicant, we were able to, or the applicant was able to figure out that they do not have to do the extensive grading that they thought they would have to do on the site. There was a lot of topography work that initially we thought was going to have to happen to install the solar array, but now the applicant feels that they can do a minimal amount of grading, which will have a fewer number of trucks and disruption. And we just wanted the board and the public to understand that as a change. We don't feel like it needs a change to the application because it's a more minimal impact. The height of the solar panels will not exceed what was represented before at any point on the site, which was a 10-foot 6-inch height. So we just wanted to put that out there to the board. If you had any thoughts or questions about it, but I think actually it's good news for the surrounding neighborhood, and I think it's good news just in general for the public not to have so much truck traffic on the road or disturbance to the land. This is obviously an agreement that has been vetted with the Aspen Consolidated Sanitation District as the applicant.
So I had wondered about that. Actually, I mean, I was sort of anticipating they would be grading a lot of that to make it kind of an even grade, just to make it easier for them to install the solar panels. But when you look at photographs of some solar installations in other countries and other parts of the country, some of them have, they just follow the topography of what's there. They're kind of going over up and down these little hills, and the whole part of the panels, it kind of curves as it goes over little rises. So I think it actually works out, and it might actually work to their advantage somewhat to have some of them pointing a little more east and some a little bit more west, just because of topographical changes.
Right. I'm not sure how much change we'll actually see given this particular site, but we have asked them for extensive drawings and the height measurements, and we will record all of that on the site plan to ensure that we're complying with everything that the board saw at the public hearing. That's really all I had. If there aren't any more questions on that one, we knew it would be quick, and I'm sorry Leslie's not here to give you more detail, but that's...
No, that's all right. I don't see any hands going up right now, but right now we're anticipated that the item will be on the agenda tomorrow. It wasn't included on there, but it was continued to tomorrow's meeting, and it's anticipated that we will continue it one more time until July 22nd meeting, or whatever that date is, 2 weeks in the future. Okay. Thanks, Cindy, for coming to our meeting.
Okay. Have a great day, you guys.
Yeah, you
Bye.
too.
All right. Thank you. We'll see you. Well, let's see. Anybody else have any other open discussion items at this point in time?
Yeah, I'm going to
John
bring this up
Ely was-
now. And I will
Okay,
get in touch with. I'll get in touch with John Ely. I was down in Denver last weekend and at the hospital, and I'm not feeling well, and I think I'm going to go home. But I'll touch base with John Ely about what's discussed in executive session. But I was going to request that we as part of the land use discussion tomorrow with the North 40 Fire Station housing, that we just go ahead and create a Zoom meeting in case we need to go into executive session in part of that discussion. I don't want to have the delay in the meeting, to have to set it up. I think it's better just to have it booked. If we don't need it, no problem. If we need it, it's already there for us to go. We can, go, Kelly and I, or whoever's here, can go upstairs. I just want to make sure that the board's okay with that decision that I'm making. Is that okay with everybody, just in case? Okay. And I will get in touch with John Ely right now and let him know. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, we had that discussion yesterday when we were planning the agenda, anticipating that we might need to go into executive session about at some point during the meeting. And John was wondering about the logistics of, having a separate Zoom meeting to go to, and where would we do that? But I like your idea, Patty, of setting it up ahead of time so we're ready to do that in case we have to.
Thank you. I'll get in touch with John right now. Okay, thanks, guys. And I will definitely be here tomorrow. I know. Got to feel better.
Okay.
Thanks.
So be well, Patty.
I'm working on it.
Bye, Patty. Thanks.
Bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
So let's see, at this point, I need to pull up my citations for the executive session for today. This might take me a minute here to find that. So,
Oh, John's calling me.
okay, here I'm getting close to it now. So I will call a special meeting and entertain a motion to go into executive session for purposes of oil and gas regulation development, upper midnight litigation, public health order enforcement, personnel litigation, personnel compensation, separation agreement, potential county property sale, all pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B.
So moved.
So moved. Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Okay, we are in executive session. We'll all exit from this one, and there's a link that Charlotte sent out for the executive session, I believe.
I'll see you there.
We will see everybody there. It's not scheduled for half an hour, but if hopefully John Ely is available, and we could start that right away, or start in about 5 minutes. I'll do a little break.
Let's say 10 minutes.
10 minutes.